So let's get the LVM URL up. And have a go at rebuilding this, see what happens. So I think there was some extra changes to the config here, as I remember. Let's have a look. Come on, Deb. Oh yes, the device mapper daemon. Let's add that in. Okay. So build. Right, so don't need to do this because we've got something installed. So let's change the mount options on temp and then run the tests. Well, there's still 22 failed tests there, but it does say, of course, various reasons for the failures, and I think the testing overall took a few minutes longer. So that's okay, I think. It's the best we can do. So let's reinstall this now. And reinstall the system D units. Right, so that's that done. Better run this again. So that's been reinstalled. I think the best thing to do now is to reboot. Let me just put this in the spreadsheet. So it's been reinstalled. Right, so it's LVM2 reinstalled. Yeah, I think I'll reboot to get rid of those locked loopback device files, and also to ensure that the new copy of LVM is run, because I don't know what system D units there are to start up or restart. I don't know what they're called, if there is anything indeed. So let's come out of this, log out of that, and reboot. So I didn't see any errors there. Let's do, let's go into the X Windows system. And I'll view the sudo system CTL. So let's see if there's any errors here at all. No, there's nothing there at all. So that's good. So I'll go back and let's search for it. Try parted one last time. If it fails as badly, I'm not sure whether to install it again or not. It could be that there's more tests activating. They're exposing something that might have already been there, and yet the previous install might be better. But it does recommend to rebuild it with LVM too. So, and it does say it's required if building UDIS. So I guess I'll have to install it. So I'll tidy up that BTRFS directory that's still hanging around. So that's now removed. As you can see, low setup will show empty because we've rebooted. So let's do this set. Now the failures could be down to the fact that we're on a strange architecture strange for parted. So just in a note here, check if Avahi daemon is running after reboot. Right, let me do that now then. System CTL status Vahi daemon. Looks like it is, so that's okay. I can't remember what it was now, but clearly it's something that I had to check. So this configure command we just put in as it is, so I can copy this, all of this in. Okay, and I'll make the PDF documentation and test the results. To be quite honest, I don't expect anything different to happen here. No. Right, well that has failed, 6 failures, 5 errors, so it's not ideal. But as I say, I will install it, reinstall it again. And if it was important to me, I would investigate that further, but as it's really just a superficial dependency as far as this project is concerned, I'm not going to look too closely into it. So that's parted done. I'll put that in the spreadsheet as rebuilt. And I'll make a note that it was rebuilt with errors as well. Tested with errors. With what was the result? 6 fails and 5 errors. 6 fails and 5. Right, so Okay. So it looks like we've got to go back to libblock dev. Oh, I didn't mark this off as being rebuilt. Okay. Libblock dev. So we got as far as parted. Is that right? This local search. Oh, I know what it was. Yes, I got involved with parted because of LVM. So yeah, I think I'll start with local search again. I can follow the chain that I was going through. It'll make some sense then. So local search, from that we went to totem PL parser. So it's the last one for the local search to be built. Then to GVFS. Again, that looks like that's the last one. Then new disks, yeah, that's right. It is smart, then libblock dev, right, got it now. So I'll go through all these dependencies because it's been a bit thrown out. In fact, can I pick it up from my list here? No, it's hard to tell because it's going backwards, but looks like it did crypt setup and then key utils, libata smart. Right, I thought that was... Oh yes, there it is. Yeah, that's right, that's done. Lib byte size. Right, I haven't got that one. Oh, so maybe we've got to LVM via this then. No, I'm a bit confused. Oh yeah, we have done. Oh yes, we've done that. That's right. ATA Smart, did that have some dependencies then? No. MD, ADM, JFS utils. Right, I'm not sure, but this is definitely the path I was taking. So libata smart. So it's got to be libblock dev. Jesus, lib byte size next then. Byte size. Yep, that's not in there. So we've got pigments. Yeah. Okay. I think the trouble is I've inserted some other things that I wanted to rebuild and it's sort of put things out of swing. and then rebooting hasn't helped either. There's no way to keep hold of the what's going on. If you have the optional Python modules installed, so we haven't got either of these, but at least we've had one pass, so that's why the other one's failed, because those dependencies. So I'll just install that. Nothing else I can do about that. So lib byte size. And back to libblockdev, libnvme. JSON, so I think we've got all of those. Yeah. Okay, test it. All passed. Yeah, there's 2 expected failures. And install. So it's libnvme. LVM2 we've done now. BTRFS progs, we've got that one. JSON glib, got that. MDADM we've done. Parted smart modern tools. Car links, yep, that's all good. Okay, let's install that and start or enable the daemon, the unit, and we may as well start it as well. And that's running. Next check of Windows device will start at 1500 hours. Okay, so that's Smart Mon Tools. Smart Mon Tools. So now we can build libblockdev. Right, so there's some options in here we want to remove because we've installed a lot of the dependencies. So it says we can remove without LVM and LVM debus and without tools, because we've installed parted 3.6. So LVM debus and without tools, and without BTRFS, without MD RAID, and without tools. Okay, they're not there. Without crypto is not there. Without DM is not there. Without NVMe, install, which we have, but it breaks. Oh yes, without NVMe, this switch will break UDIS, so we won't put that in. Funnily enough, it's got without SmartOne tools. The description again doesn't really match up with what the instructions have got, so I presume we want to get rid of this because we've installed SmartOne tools. So NVDIM's deprecated. Looks like we're installing everything else apart from something called S390. So let's run make. Okay, and make install. And that's done. So I've added that to the spreadsheet. There's some LA files that will appeared there. So let's remove them. And we can shut that down. So back to udisks. So libg dev. We've done polkit, I think we've done. Yep. System 2, we've got glib, we've got dbus python. Looks like we haven't got that one. Python module. No, I thought we had this. Here we have. If I missed this one again. Oh, there it is. It's just spelt differently. Dbus Python. Yep, so we have done that one. GTK Dark, LVM2, PY object. Alright, right, so GPT F disk, I don't think we've done. But we've done MDADM and XFS progs. Let's just double check that one. Yeah. And I'll look for this GPT F disk. No, we haven't done that one, so just need to get that one in then. Pops and ICU we've done. So fetch these two. Okay. Copy and paste. make test. That looked all okay. So make install, and that's done. GPTF disk. So now we can build U disks. Okay, I think the default configuration is fine. Okay, that's done, so we can run some checks. And can run some more thorough tests after we've made these two directories. So let's do make dir, and the other one is varlib udisks2. So I have to remember to remove them after we've done the tests. and that's done. Okay, so add that into the spreadsheet. View disks. And shut that down. And we've got GVFS. So we've got Apache, we've got Avahi, we've got Blues, Fuse, no online accounts I think we have. No, we haven't. So let's put that one in. So GCR. We've got Jason GLib, we've got lib add waiter. Right, I thought we had that. No, we haven't. So AppStream, I think we've got that. Yep. GTK4, we've got SASSC, I think we've got. Yep. And Valor, XDG desktop portal, XDG desk. Right, we haven't got that one. And this needs Fuse. Yeah, we've got that. GDK Pix Buff, I think we've got that. Yep. Just Julie, we've got Pipewire. Right, we haven't got Pipewire next, so we're going all the way around the houses here now. Open a new window. So Blues we've got, Gstream we've got, GST plugins base we've got, Pulse Audio we've got, SBC I think we've got, yep. V4L Utils, Wire Plumber we haven't got, and that's a runtime. Let's look at, see what that involves. So it needs Pipewire, so we'll have to install that after we've installed Pipewire then. Lib we've got, Vahi, FDK, AAC I think we've got. FDK, yeah, FFmpeg, lib Canberra, libdrm. Yes, that's installed. XCB I think was part of Xorg. XCB, yes, that's installed. Lib sound file, that's installed. USB we've got, Opus we've got, SDL2. Yep, that's in. Valgrind, Vulkan Logo, Xorg libraries, Doxygen and Graphics. Right, so I think we can install that then. Okay. So let's create the build directory first, change into that and do the setup, because it looks like we might be able to add in some more options here. Docs equals true. Optional dependencies for documentation need to be installed, so I think we've got everything from what I can see. Man, equals true for man pages. FFmpeg enabled for audio conversion as an SPA backend, and Vulkan as well, same reason. Right, so they've given the wrong information there, so it should be enabled. I imagine man's going to be the same. So it's presumably it's changed and it hasn't been tested, or yeah, something's not quite right here. So yeah, it's the same for man. Right, so that looks good. Let's run the compile. Okay, that's finished. Didn't look to be any errors in that. Just a load of warnings. Oh, sorry, I thought that was a test that was running. That was just a build, so that's the test. And that's fine. So Ninja install. And that's Pipewire installed. So build wire plumber if you need to run the Pipewire daemon. Okay, so that's Pipewire done. So that's in the book, in the spreadsheet. And let's do wire plumber next. I'm not sure what snapshot's for. I'll leave it in case we need that. So let's do wire plumber next. Needs GLib, Pipewire, System D, Linux, PAM, Lua. Yeah, we've got all of these. So let's fetch that. And install it. Okay, I can accept the defaults. Okay, run some tests. All good. So install that and rename the documentation directory to a version. Configuring in order for wire plumber to be used by Pipewire, wire plumber and Pipewire must be configured to start when a desktop environment is started. Pipewire now provides its own pulse audio server implementation, which causes runtime conflicts with the server provided by Pulse Audio itself. This generally presents itself by applications hanging or malfunctioning when trying to play or record audio or video. First, prevent Pulse Audio from starting its own server implementation by running the following commands as root. Okay, so let's put that in. Next, configure wire plumber to start when a desktop environment is started. Run the following commands as the root user to enable the system D user units. And it says it's recommended that you log out of your session and log back in again. So let's see if we can do that or not. That is wire plumber built anyway. So put that on the spreadsheet. Wire plumber. And close that. And close Pipewire. Okay, I'm going to carry on building because I've built up a load more dependencies here, dependency tabs if you like. So what have we got here? XDG desktop portal, and that was because of Pipewire. So we've got dbus, either XDG Desktop Portal GTK or GNOME or LXQT. I think I'll install all of them, as it looks like they're for different desktops. So just have a look for any of them. No, I haven't got any of those at all. So let's open this one first. Needs GTK3 and XDG Desktop Portal. Okay, so we'll have to build that one first of all. Have I? Why is that already marked up in a different colour? Oh, because that's what we're trying to build and that's required. So how do we deal with this? Oh, backend is needed at runtime. Okay, so I need to compile this before I do those three. So bubble wrap, we've got docutils, geoclue for the location portal. Okay, so there's several dependencies here. We've got libsoup, libnotify. We haven't got GTK pixbuff. I think we've got that. Yep. GTK4 required of building GNOME, glib2. We've got that. XMLTO, dbus mock. At least one of notification daemon, XFCE4. So I'm going to install all of these because I'm not sure if these are appropriate for each desktop environment. So let's do this one first. GTK3, yep, that's all available. So let's do this. So configure and make. Sudo -c make install. And we can testify the command, the daemon with the notify commands, notify send command. Right, I presume that's not working because we're maybe not in an environment that can accept that. I haven't seen anything come up. I wonder where notify send has come from. Because we've got GTK3 and libcambra. Let's check the libraries for that one. Yeah. Yeah, we've definitely got that. Not sure what that does. Sure, daemon package is running. And I did install sudo make Make install. Don't know. Does it have to be run as root maybe? But then it can't find sudo notify send. No. Let's find out what package that belongs to. Source tarball, see if that helps. Can't seem to find anything apart from precompiled, which is just called notify bin for things like Debian and Ubuntu. Right, let's try on Google. libnotify. Right, I know what I can do. I can open the. Can I open a file? Yeah. No chunks. That's what I want. And search this when it loads. Right, looks like it's still loading. Oh, hopefully this isn't locked up. Yeah, it's still loading it. At least the search has come up, so it definitely hasn't locked up. Right, so it's definitely running still. The memory's not increasing, so the virtual memory is increasing. Oh, it's done. Right, okay. So if I search this and look for notify send. See whereabouts it's mentioned in the book, and hopefully it will mention what package it's part of. So it's part of libnotify. Libnotify, okay. Which hasn't been installed, that makes sense. Oh, libnotify was going to be installed. Oh, I see, this is runtime again. That's where I've got caught out. Right. Okay, so I'd best start again and build libnotify. I guess because I've got this far, I've got all the other dependencies. So it says man equals false for some reason. Let's try putting in true and see what happens. And GTK doc, it just says docgen for the API, so I'm going to set that to true as well. Okay, Ninja to build. So Ninja install. And install the rest of it. So that's libnotify. That's got to go down the bottom. Okay, so now we can build. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Notification daemon, right, so extract it again. And configure and build. Sudo -c make install. And let's retry these commands now. No, still not working. Any service files. So do we have to install start up a dbus error, failed to show notification? I'm not sure what pgrep does. Look up signal, wait for process based on name and other attributes. -l less than name. Pgrep. Look up signal or wait for process. I see, so not sure what the response to that is. Is there a fee option? SMBD notify D. I wonder if we need to start something. Have I missed something on lib notify? Nope. Not really sure how this is supposed to work. No, I'm not. I'm really not sure what's supposed to be happening here, how that's supposed to run. Right, it could be that I've got to restart the graphical front end after that previous package. That could be the reason why it's not starting. So I think the best thing I can do is just carry on. There's no errors anyway. So I'll tidy that up. Notification daemon. Shut that down and let's install the other two. XFC4 notify. Oh, this looks like it's part of the XFCE installation. Yep, so I won't bother with that. I guess this is going to be the same then. Part of LXQT, yes it is. So won't bother with that. Come to do them when we come round to building those packages. So back to GeoClue, modem manager next. libgu dev got libmbim. Don't recognise that one. Libmbim. Okay, so it looks like we just take the default commands that are in the book. And run Ninja test. Ninja install, and that's done. Okay, so that's done. shut that down. And next we've got libqmi. So we've got the dependencies there. Okay, again, there's some external dependencies that aren't in the book and therefore not installed. Right, Ninja test. And they all passed, so we can do installation. And that's done. So that's added to the spreadsheet. I'll close that down. Back to modem manager. We've got the remaining dependencies, so let's build this now. So once again, I think the defaults given in the book are perfectly adequate. Okay, that's built. Let's run the tests. That's all okay. And that's complete. Just need to start the daemon at boot time. And we can start it now, I guess. So that's it. So that's modem manager. So we can close that down. And we're back to GeoCrew. We've got the rest. So let's build this. So we've got some extra options that can be added here. Okay, I don't think there's any. Oh, remove the NMEA source false if you've installed a VAHI packet. Oh, and your local network has an NMEA server, so I don't think it has. So I think the defaults are good. In fact, let's rerun that because the documentation can be set. Right, didn't want to do that. Oh, reconfigure. Okay, Ninja. So sudo Ninja install. So Mozilla shut down its location service in 2024. The only alternative is upstream by Google's geolocation. To use it, an API key must be used and a configuration file must be created. This API key is only intended for use with LFS. Please do not use this API key if you're building for another distro or distributing binary copies. And you request one here. So I'm not actually going to use this because of privacy issues. Potentially could expose your location if that might be dangerous to you, or there's other reasons why you don't want to do it. It's probably best not to set this. What I will do is I will copy this in, but I'll comment everything out. So let's put that in and edit geocrew conf.d90. So I'll put this all in comments. And that's geoclude done. So geoclude. I'll just put a note saying that commented out. Okay, so that's that. Right, I did worry that if I close the tab down, this chunks one might take a while, and indeed just switching to it looks like it's taking some time, so unfortunately I have to wait for that. And hopefully it won't take too much time to close the tab down as well. I presume it's got to go through and re-render it. I'm surprised it's taking this long on such a basic browser, but then it may be that it's not designed for huge documents, or it may just be the Raspberry Pi is not capable of dealing with that amount of data for this program. So I think it took about a minute or so before. Okay, that got there in the end, so I'll shut it down. Hopefully it won't take long to shut it down. No, it didn't. So that's good. Right, so we're back to this XDG desktop portal. Oh yes, geoclude, that's how we got here. PyTest lib portal is the next one, I think. Let's see if I can just squeeze that in there. Right, yeah, this is the one where I've got to install these other portals later on. I assume again they're going to be part of the building of those environments, graphical environments. So I think this can be installed. Desktop portal. Yeah. So let's fetch this. So apply the patch. In fact, the patch is only for building against Qt 6.9 and later, so we're not actually building that at the moment, but we'll patch it anyway. And we'll copy and paste this, but I'll change the VAPI from false to true, because we do have the Vala installed. And I'll leave the docs as false because we don't want the API documentation. So that's done. We don't want the API, so let's run the tests. Okay, that completed. Just one test or test suite there. So let's install that. And that's done. So lib portal. And it says to install any of these. We've got to do lib XDG desktop portal. Let's just take a look at these. I'm pretty sure these are going to be similar to that notify one that is part of. Oh no, this one isn't actually. Desktop portal GTK. So that one isn't. So what that is? No, that's just desktop portal. Okay. Let's get rid of that. So I'm not needed if I'm using this package to specify dependency. Okay. So yes, that is part of GNOME. And yep, that is part of LXQT. So I think we can close this down, go to XDG desktop portal, which is in this tab, and then go straight onto desktop portal GCK as well. So we got there via lib portal, I think, or geoclue. We've got that. We've got that. I'll double check those two actually. I think we've got umock dev as well. dbus mock. Yep, we've got that. Umock dev. Yep, we've got that one as well. So I think we can install that. Oh, and we've got to do the oh yes, that's right, desktop portal GTK, so it's straight after this. It needs one of them, so that's good. So I'll download that. XDG desktop portal. So it looks like we just copy and paste all these commands. Right, and if optional dependencies is installed, you can test the results with these commands. It does say because there's an external dependency missing, there will be one failure. Or at least it's known to fail. Okay, all passed, 2 skips, but if we install that now. XDG desktop portal. And save that and move on to portal GDK. Recommended for compiling more portal interfaces. Let's have a look at this then. Now, I'm assuming it means just this package. Let's see if we've actually got it. Yeah, we have, so we don't need to bother with that. So it looks like we can just go ahead and install this. Let me just check that on here. Yep. So copy link. So GTK. So I think we would have installed. Let's have another look at it just to be sure. Desktop schemas. G settings. Yeah, got that. Isocodes, libsecconc. Yeah, we've got all of those. Right, so let's close that again. We can build with those instructions. Okay, and install. And that's done. XDG desktop portal GTK. Save that and shut that down. So lib add waiter. Right, we built all of that just for a test, but it looks at all 1 or 2 tests. So now we can install lib add waiter. Okay, again, it looks like we just need to copy and paste the commands, skip the API documentation building. That's done. Let's run the tests. Right, I think I might have taken too long to click the button there, so what I'm going to do is to restart that, because that timed out, and pay a bit more attention this time. Okay, that was a bit better. I just mashed the button to get those windows put onto the screen, so I'll have to keep an eye out in case any other appear like that. That's passed. All good. Managed to click those windows quick enough to not have another timeout occur. So install that, and that's complete. Okay, lib add waiter. Okay, shut that down. Lib rest. Don't think we've got that one. No, so let's install that next. JSON libsuit maxi glib. GTK source view 5 to build a demo. GTK source, no, we haven't got that one either. GTK 4, glib 2, XML. Yeah, we've got all the dependencies there. So I think we can just copy and paste this. Okay, run the tests. That's good. Let's install that. And that's done. GTK source view. Right, there's 3 different versions of this program. So that's version 5, or this package rather. So that is something to bear in mind when we're checking packages, is the version number that could cause issues if we're not careful. So I'll close that. And I think we're ready to go with librest. So we'll change examples to true in case that's useful, and we can add in the API as true as well. So set that to true and add in the API. No API documentation, so run the tests. Okay, we've got one failure there. Bad gateway, so it looks like it's trying to connect somewhere. Is it Oh yeah, there it is there, HTTP, so there's a chance that that should be HTTPS these days. So I'm not worried about that. I'm going to install librest and put that in the spreadsheet. Shut that down. GNOME online accounts. We've got Valor, glib, key utils we've done, I think. Yeah. Okay, so let's fetch this now. The Google API key enables tokens below specific to LFS. If using these instructions from another distro, or if you intend to distribute binary copies, please obtain your own keys. Okay, I wonder if we can get away with not installing that. For Google services, yeah, so if you know you want Google services, you'll want to install that. Otherwise, I'm going to see what happens by not installing them. And I presume this is only for accessing those Google services and nothing else. It does say Google yes there, which is interesting. ID, did I copy? Oh no, that is a different. Oh, I wonder if it's supplied its own one. That's probably what it's done. I'm going to see if I can disable them. I doubt it, but I'll have a look. Yeah, it's defaulted. So Google equals false I need to set by the looks of it. -d Google equals false. Right, I forgot about that. Oh, I need to remove that directory. Let's retry. There's another command I've got to run, isn't there? Yeah. Reconfigure. So we've disabled the Google one. We've got to do the Microsoft one now. Oh, there it is there. So that's called Exchange, that one, confusingly. So -d Exchange equals false. Right, so that looks better. I don't know what OwnCloud is, if that's another online system, perhaps. Let's try that one. OwnCloud, yes it is, so I'll set that to false as well. -d OwnCloud equals false. Oh, it looks like Microsoft 365 is still enabled. So let's look for 365. Yeah, there it is there. So MS Graph. MS_graph, wasn't it? -d MS_graph equals false. So again, I don't know if I'm going to break something by disabling all of these, but at least we've got a couple of providers, IMAP and WebDAV, enabled. So let's run that now and see how it goes. Okay, it looked like it was successful. Let's do Ninja install. And that seemed to be okay. So I'm going to record which I disabled there. So this is called GNOME Online Accounts. GNOME Online Accounts and disabled some providers with. So I've got -d Google equals false, -d Exchange equals false, -d own cloud equals false, and -d ms_graph equals false. Okay. So that's complete. GNOME Online Accounts. So I'll shut that down, and we're on to GVFS now. So we've got as far as GNOME Online Accounts. You can see we've done udisks, libarchive, libgcrypt, I think we did. Yeah. libxml, xslt, OpenSSH, Samba. So we're ready to do this straight off. And right, so all these falses, we've got all the dependencies, well, most of them. So perhaps if I create the build directory and then copy the setup and go through each one individually. So OneDrive, I've disabled that, so I'll have to remove that one. Sorry, no, beg your pardon. I need to keep that one, don't I? Because I disabled it. OneDrive. Fuse, we've got gphotos and external library, so I'll have to remove that one. AFC. Not sure what that is exactly. Doesn't mention it there. Okay, I'll leave that in there and see what complains. Blu-ray. So we haven't got that library, so that'll have to come out. NFS. Right, it hasn't got any NFS information there. And we haven't installed it, so I imagine that's going to fail. I'll leave that in there and see if that fails. We've got Samba, DNS, SD. I don't think we've got any DNS stuff, so I'll leave that in. Oh, we've got Fuse, haven't we? This is negative, isn't it? It's what we're disabling, so I can get rid of Fuse because we've got that. Like I said, I don't know what the AFC is. Perhaps I shouldn't remove that. I'll leave it in, but set it to true. Minus D AFC equals true. See what complains. Yeah, I've removed the wrong things here. Let's start again. So OneDrive false. We've got Fuse, so let's remove that. We haven't got Gphoto, so we'll leave that there. Don't know what AFC is, so I'll set that to true and see what happens. Blu-ray we haven't got because that's external library. NFS we haven't installed. I'll set that anyway, although yeah, I'll leave that as it is. MTP, I think that's some sort of streaming protocol, so we may have that because we've installed quite a few audio-visual libraries. SMB we've definitely got. DNS I'm not sure about. Goa and Google, as it says there, they're reliant on each other, and I've disabled Google. Yep, so what's complained there? Lib mobile device. I wonder which one of these that was. Let's try the AFC one. Set that back to false. Yep, libmtp now. False. Yeah, I thought it might complain about the NFS. So that's that one. That's better. So let's now install that. Oh, sorry, compile it. And there's no test suite to run within LFS, so we'll install it. And there's some information if you install it using the destdir method there, which we didn't do. So that's GVFS. So now we're on to Totem PL Parser, and it looks like that was the last package to install as a dependency for this package. So this looks quite straightforward. And it says the test name parser is known to fail. And it looks like it has. So we'll just install now. Oh, rerun the tests. Let's try that again. So install. It's better. Totem PL Parser. And shut that down. So back to local search, and that was the last dependency for this package. We've got some kernel configuration here. Let's take a look at that. Security. So mod probe, have rebooted a few times. Sudo mod probe configs. So security is it's set to yes, and we want to see one that says land lock. There it is not set. So it looks like we need to set that one, and I presume that LSM won't be set because it's referring to land lock. LSM, yeah, it's empty. So unfortunately I have to redo the kernel. So security options, enable different security models. Oh, there it is there. Landlock support. There it is, so let's set that. List more Linux security modules here, separate with comma if needed. For example, landlock, lockdown and smack. Right, doesn't say ordered list of enabled LSMs. So let's just put landlock in as it's got there. And exit that. And we'll have to go to the bookmarks and load up the Linux kernel. This was quite a way down, wasn't it? Past all this memory stuff. Right, so let's check that kernel is set. It is. And build. Again, I'm not sure how long this is going to take. Sometimes with the security, it touches everything that's been enabled, so it might take a while. Other times it's just localized. So this looks like it's just localized. It's only really in the security part. Yeah, it's finishing now by the looks of it. I think. So while that's running, yeah, it's finishing. I'll get rid of these links. We've done all these. libblock dev. Let me double check these. libblock dev. Have I not added that in? Yeah, there it is. udisks 2 we've done. GVFS we've just done, and we're doing totem, or will be doing sorry, no, we've just done that one, haven't we? It's local search we'll be doing. So I'll save that and exit. So I need to mount boot firmware, and I might create a little script to do all this. Make modules install. Did I mount the boot directory? I'm not sure if I did. Right, let's check. Okay, looks like either I did or it was already mounted. So I'm going to copy the kernel image and I'm going to overwrite the running one, which is that one there. So kernel systemd plus crypto, and then the same for system. Right, it's not there unfortunately. So cp system map to boot firmware system map kernel LVM crypto and .config to boot firmware config kernel crypto, and I'll copy these files again. Like I said, I don't think it matters. I think they're probably just static binary blobs that don't ever change unless there's a firmware update from within, say, the Raspberry Pi operating system. We haven't got that capability here, and that will be it. Just quickly check the config.txt. It should be right. Sorry, that should be boot firmware. Yep, it's correct. So I'll come out of that. We've got to come back to local search. So I'll just close this down. Quit, and reboot. So I'll log in again. Start up. Put the Dillo in. And load up the document. So we're alright, we've done Pipewire, haven't we? Let me check that. Yeah, we've done Pipewire, we can get rid of that one. So it's looking quite meager, this file, which is a good thing. It shows that things are being done. So I need to load that up. Let's get the book up and a new tab with that local search. So we've done the kernel, change into the sources BLFS and fetch this package and a patch. So if you're upgrading this package, or it was known as tracker miners, you've got to remove all of them. If you plan to run tests, sometimes it's too short when using spinning disks. So it says run this to increase the value. So if I start getting timeouts because of the speed of the machine, then that's something I might have to do. Local search. patched it. Let's see what we've got here. So let's make the build directory and copy the meson setup. So straight away I can see we can set the man to true, as we've got ASCII doc. Functional tests. Prevent setup process to require dbus mock. You can remove the switch if it's installed, so we have. So we can get rid of that. Set comp. So on some architectures such as ARM, the functions that local search uses are not guarded properly, and the local search will get killed with sysdis as a result of this. But disabling it may cause the system to be compromised worse in the event that a security vulnerability in local search or its dependency is exploited is not recommended. Okay, so that's a bit of a shame. However, this is a system I'm not going to be using. It's just purely for demonstration. I'm going to put it in because I'd rather have something working. The security is not an issue. Like I say, once this is built and running, it's not going to be used again. Landlock. Disables landlock file access sandbox if you don't want to build with kernel with landlock support. So we've got that now. Battery detection. U-Power. I can't. Oh, there's U-Power. Did we install that one then? Did I miss that? Oh yes, it is installed. Yeah. Okay. Quite a long time ago, actually. Right, where were we? Do not use this. Use this option if you've not installed the dependency U-Power. So we have, so we can just ignore that. libav disabled. Use this option if you have not installed the recommended dependency ffmpeg. Yeah, so we've got that as well. So there's nothing else to be done. So Ninja. Interestingly, the tests actually set the man to true. So that's quite interesting. Right, so we've got 3 failures there. Dbus access, net access, test CLI inhibit. So there's something called extractor malice there. So maybe that's the other dependency packages. So I think I'll just ignore that and install. There's only 3 failures out of 122, so I don't think that's a big deal. Right, must not type and talk at the same time. Local search. Okay, so local search is done. Now I've had to have a look through to find out why local search was a priority, and it seems that it was tiny spark UL, however you pronounce that. So that's what I'm going to build now to satisfy that rebuild. And then I might just quickly whiz through to see if there's any other rebuilds. A lot of the ones remaining are probably to do with Qt6 now. We're really getting on top of things at last, even though we're still being taken off into different corners of the BLFS book. As you've seen, a lot of these packages have had, maybe half a dozen or more dependencies, and yet most, if not all, have been installed previously. So let's look for this tiny spark L. And reinstall it. So you can see there's that. Yeah, oh, okay, it's a runtime dependency, so we don't need to reinstall it. So that's great. So I don't really need to rebuild it in my notes. I can remove that comment and just click it as built. So yeah, I'm going to go to the top of the list. I can see we've got SDL 2 and 3 here, so that's obviously from something that's caused that. So it could be that we get into the thread that builds those. Glycine, I think, was... let's look. Oh, that's been completed by the looks of it. Rebuild after GTK 4. Yeah, that looks like that's all it is. So really, I think we've done that one as well. Yeah, so I'm going to go to the top, just scroll down my list to see what's outstanding that can be reinstalled now. So there's one there. CMake after Git Mercurial Subversion, but also for Qt6 for a little app, I think. So I'll leave that one for now. Yeah, that's good progress. SDL3 rebuild after Pipewire, Pulse Audio, Vulkan Loader, and iBus. So yes, we can probably do that. Let's have a look. Have we got iBus? No, so that's one we'd need to build. So let's look for iBus. There it is. What does that require? We've got those 3. Deconf. Don't think we've got that one. Nope. We've got GTK3 for libnotify, GNOME desktop. Yeah, we've got the rest. So it's just this one dependency. What's that got? dbus glib gtk3 lib handy. I think we might have that one. Yep, that's done. XML, yeah, we've got the rest of them, so we can get this one resolved. So deconf and an editor as well. So tar minus xvf deconf 049. So we don't want API documentation, just copy and paste. Run tests. That's okay. And that connections to the bus can't be made. Okay. Ninja install. And that's done. Now optionally install the editor. And install that. Right, so that is done. Oh, I need to go back up one more. Okay, so that's deconf and deconf editor. That leads us back to iBus. Unicode character database. So install the Unicode character database as the root user. Right, should have done that as sudo -su. Fix an issue with deprecated schema entries. GTK doc is not installed, remove references to it. So run autogen. So we've got this configuration here with some options. Disable GTK2. Disable mode. Oh, we can get rid of that because we've got the optional package. Disable app indicator. This switch disables use of libdmus menu and if you install the optional dependency. Oh, is that the emoji actually? I thought it meant this UCD. Right, so we're going to have to add that back in. App indicator. So yeah, we haven't got that either. Don't need that. Okay, that's all we need to do then. So we'll build it. Okay, run some tests. Okay, looks like we've got one or two errors there. Not the error that was mentioned. Testgnome.py and ibus keypress and ibus compose. Oh, that one. Yeah, sorry, it was that one. So again, could that keypress possibly be because it's not standard PC hardware? Don't know. So again, it's just the odd error. I'm not too concerned. Let's run this. Update cache. And tidy that up. So that's ibus. So that leads us back to, let's look again, SDL3. So I'll have to check to see if there's any other dependencies. Pipe-wide pulse work on loader. Oh, where was ibus and all that then? Oh, down there. Yeah, it's hidden. I was looking for blue, of course. Okay, so it's just optional. So have we got SDL3? Yes, we have. Oh yes, of course, because it's a rebuild, so that's why we've got it already. So let's have a look. Doesn't look like there's anything to set here. So I'll run it again. Okay, that's done. Let's install that. Okay, and to build the test, we need to run the following commands. And like I said, I think previously that I haven't got any audio on this, so I can run the tests again like I did before, but nothing come out. I'll just have to wait for a few seconds for it to complete. As if it was playing, it'll probably just go nowhere, the sound. Right, so they're done. You'll be able to run the tests, use a libxsec, etc. So let's change to that. I think we can use a play. No, we can't. Perhaps it wasn't these ones I ran before. Let's do test for. See what that does. So that worked all right. Test message. Oh, that looks all right. So it looks like some languages are working, some aren't, most are. Okay, yeah, it seems to be okay. Let's try the test GL one. Test GL. Oh yes, I did try this one before, didn't I? And I think did the test GLES not work? Yeah. I can't remember. Oh, let's try the test audio. Not sure how this will fare. Yeah, can't hear anything, so I don't really know. But the graphical ones seem to be working anyway, so that's fine. So let's go back to sources, BLFS, and tidy up. STL3, and I've put that down as reinstalled. Can remove it from here. STL. Yeah, looks like we haven't installed SDL2 yet, so I think I'll probably worry about that when we come against it. So I need to find out the next package, and the next one looks like is MPEG-123 to rebuild after pulse audio. So let's find MPEG-123. Did I save that? Just thought there was more URLs at the top here, wasn't there? Oh, so really it's only CMake and SDL2 that are left out of the original tabs that I had recorded. Right, so MPEG-123. Okay, that's complete. Make check. That's all done and installed. And that's complete. So that's done. Paste that as reinstalled. Okay. So let's go down a bit more again. We've got Color D, rebuild after GNOME desktop, and Color D for examples. So I'm probably not too bothered with that really. Let's have a look. Color D. So we've got GNOME desktop, Color D GTK. So it needs GTK3, GTK4. Okay, yeah, we can build this then. And we need to get that. GTK. If building documentation Ninja -J1 must be used. Okay, I'm inclined not to build the documentation. How long does it take? Oh, it's quite quick anyway, so I'll do that then. So create a build directory, and VAPI is true, GTK4 is true, docs set to true and man to true as well. So Ninja -J1. Okay, looks like it's got building the man page differently with a sed as well. So let's put these commands in, and it's rebuilt it by the looks of it. Run the tests from the next session. So we've got a failure there. I'll rerun that because I never know how quickly I should be clicking on things. Yeah, they failed again, so I'm going to run it again but try and click a bit quicker. No, still failing. Colored test private. Signal abort. No device for that property. Oh, so it looks like it's trying to do something. It does say something about color profiles here, so whether that's what's missing and why they're failing, that could be what it is. So let's install this. And tidy that up. So that's color DGTK. Add that to the bottom of the list. And if we go back to color D, I can get rid of that and now rebuild this. So we should have the group and user. That's cat groups. etc groups. Color D, there it is. So let's create the build directory. Copy this. Looks like they're building the man pages separately again, so I won't bother setting it to true. Docs we can set to true. Bash completion will leave us false. System DVB true. Okay, I think the rest of it's fine. Okay, let's build that now. That's done. We can build the man pages and install the new package. And then I'm going to run the tests. And it says that one will fail if it's already installed, so that's acceptable. Color D has been reinstalled. So mark that as complete. Add it to the end as reinstalled. And go back again, and next one we've got is libsoup to rebuild after Apache, PHP and Samba. So libsoup. Okay, there's patches there. Patch it. Fix the path of API documentation, even though I'm not going to install it. And just copy and paste this. And run some tests again. Okay, I accidentally pressed the right button there on the mouse. So tests are passed. I'll install this. And that's done. So that's libsoup reinstalled. So again, I'll mark that off as complete. And go back. So the next one I've got is Exiv2 to rebuild after Doxygen and Graph is. So let's get rid of that. Exiv just to probably build documentation. So let's just check these. So we don't need these last two because we built those, so it looks like we can just build the package with the instructions supplied. Okay, that's done. Run some tests. That's all complete. So reinstall it. And that's done. Right, so that's all the reinstallations I've caught up with now. Most of them, I'd say about 90% of the remaining ones, there's probably about half a dozen or so, maybe 8 maximum, are to do with Qt6. So what I've got to decide now is what to do next, because I think we've come more or less to an end of the sort of core interdependencies. I'm not sure how we got to get SDL2 here. I'll have a look on the single chunked version of the book on my other PC, save waiting minutes for it loading Dillo. Let's go to the top. And search from here. Right, occurs 60 times in the book, so it's going to take a little while to find. SDL2 compat is mentioned lots of times. Oh, now it's SDL. Oh, I see. There isn't an SDL2, so where did I get that from then? That's interesting, because it says the SDL compatibility layer utilizes SDL3 for packages that require SDL2. Oh, I wonder where I got that from then. Let's put that in. File, tab. Oh, it is SDL2 compat. Right, okay, I see. That's a bit misleading, but that makes sense now. So, in effect, we have done SDL2. And I'll take the CMake out because that is in my spreadsheet to do. Right, so we've got Guten Print to install for some open source printer drivers, I think that is. And there isn't anything else to speak of. Now, one of the things I do want to do is to get Firefox installed to have a decent browser running, one that won't forget pages or it's just a bit easier to manage and to use. So I've got to decide what to do next, whether to do Guten Print or Firefox next.